Alright, and hello. What's it called? Yeah. I've been meaning to play this for like a while. Obviously we were meant to start it last week, but then I got ill. But it works out. But yeah, I felt like I want to play something story based, like more story focused, I guess. It's been a while since I last played a game that has me like read out pretty much most of the dialogue. I've been feeling like playing something like that for a while, so yeah, here we are. Alright, let's get right to this then. So I changed, like, Chronicles is the collection name, but then it's like, what's it called? Adventures is the first game, and then Resolve is the second game. So it makes more sense for the title for the streams to just be each of the games individually, and then I'll just start from one again when it comes to being this one. As in numbering, I guess. But it would be the same playlist, I think. Alright, let's get right to it.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Episode 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure. Alright, I guess we start off being accused of, well, what's his name? Ryunosuke, I think his name was? Being accused of murder. 22nd of November, 8:43 AM. Supreme Court of the Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? I forgot the order. I think, did this one come out on the 3DS as well? I don't know if it was before or after Spirit of Justice, Dual Destinies, in terms of like game release. But yeah, I guess it's also decent timing since they recently announced, what's it called? The Apollo Justice trilogy coming out soon. I've played Dual Destinies though, and not Spirit of Justice. So I don't know if I'll stream that or not, because I remember like a lot of key plot points. Well, like let's say about 3 key plot points from Dual Destinies. I don't remember who exactly did what crime. I can't remember exactly, but if I don't know if you just jump right into Spirit of Justice without having like streamed Dual Destinies would make sense or not. I'll see. What? Oh, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Yeah, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But, really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though, I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor, murdered in cold blood by student. Hey there, welcome to stream. Welcome. Hey there. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me, I didn't do it. You seen the first game, the game's a little crazy. I've played like the other Ace Attorney games, so I'm really looking forward to this one, yeah. Especially since, what's it called? I've played the majority of the other ones, except for Spirit of Justice and the Edgeworth games. So, really looking forward to this one, yeah. Have you seen the remake trailer? Yeah. I've seen that. It's actually funny timing since, yeah, they announced the remake, the remaster remake ports, for the Apollo Justice trilogy, yeah. Because I've played Apollo Justice and Dual Destinies, but not Spirits of Justice. But I don't know. Part of me is debating whether I should replay them or something, since what's it called? I know too much about Dual Destinies in terms of like I still remember like at least 3 plot points. And they're pretty big plot points. But I don't know how I'd be playing if I were to stream it, since I feel when I stream like story games, a lot of me talking comes from just like speculating. So I don't know how I'll do if I know already what's happening. So maybe just Spirit of Justice, but I'll think about it. And the Everhood 2 trailer, yeah, I've seen it, yeah. I've seen the trailer, yeah. Isn't it? It's not called Everhood 2 though, is it? It's like it's got like a different title entirely, I think. It's not called Everhood 2, it's called like something else. I don't know if it's a sequel. Is it a sequel or is it like in the same style? But oh, it is called Everhood 2. Alright. I must have not seen the title properly. But yeah, I've played Phoenix Wright games before. The original trilogy, Apollo Justice, and Dual Destinies. I haven't played Spirit of Justice, and I barely played the Edgeworth games. Like, I played like a bit of the first Edgeworth game, but I never finished it. So it would be nice if the Edgeworth games get ported over as well. It's unknown so far, but it's probably connected since the first game had some lore potential. Ah, I see. I see. I hear good things about that. It's just that I haven't tried it yet. More because the lights make my eyes glow. There, that feeling. The lights with the rhythm. Yeah. It doesn't feel nice. When I watched like someone play a bit of it, like my eyes were not feeling it. I don't know if there's a setting for that sort of thing, but yeah. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... Oh, this is T option. Okay. That's good to know then. That's good to know. I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive. Whoops. Impressive. Whoops. Impressive considering he's an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. Rinosuke is Phoenix's ancestor. Yeah. I think that's the premise, like, yeah, it's like, what's it called? Yeah, it's Phoenix's ancestor. It's just funny because, like, it's like, it has to be in Japan, but, like, for the English script with the other Phoenix Wright games, they made it set in, like, California or something. So then it ends up being like some really funny, like, jelly-filled donut moments. Especially since, like, in Apollo Justice, it gets more Japanese with, like, ramen and stuff. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Japanifornia. It's only like small stuff, so it doesn't really matter much. But then it's just funny. Yeah, it's just funny how they're pretty much forced to be like, we're in Japan. We're in Japan for real this time with this game. Because I did see, like, there's a lot more, like, well, obviously the whole Ace Attorney series is like, it has, like, it's a parody criticisms, etc. of, like, the Japanese law system, or, like, it's a commentary on it to some extent, something like that. But, like, I read this game also has some decent context-based stuff with it as well. Like San Francisco. Pretty much, yeah. Eat your hamburgers, Apollo. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. I feel like I don't know. I don't know any spoilers for this game, at all. So, yeah. Somehow I've kept myself blind with this game for all this time. Like, besides, like, Sherlock Holmes, like, he's apparently, he seems pretty interesting. So yeah, I just feel like this guy's gonna die. This guy feels like he's gonna die. Like, I feel like he's gonna be our Maya Fey in this game, where he just dies after case 1, or something bad happens to him. This game goes hard. Looking forward to that. And yeah, I've seen Big Hero 6. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, Maya Fey. Was I saying her name wrong? Oh, Mia. Right, Maya's the sister. Maya's the sister. Yeah. Mia's the older sister who gets killed off in the second, in the second case. yeah, it's Mia. Maya is the younger sister. Yeah. But yeah. Also, like, I know, like the first case in the first game goes really simple, but then it's like, I think for, like, in the second game and, like, third game, the first cases are a lot more wild compared to the first case in the first game. So I expect this first case to last a good while as well. Swapping the first names in Sholmes' name fits his character more. I heard, like, part of the reason why this game took forever to come out in English, like, there were originally no plans to get it localized in the first place, partly because of the whole what's his name, Conan Doyle, the estate, because, like, Sherlock Holmes' estate is just really, really tight to, like, get permission for and whatnot. So it was a big hurdle for getting a game to come over. Copyright, yeah. Apparently something like the Sherlock Holmes, the Conan Doyle estate whatever the author's name was, is really strict on it. I think Sherlock Holmes is now in public domain, is he? Or not yet, soon, but not yet. I can't remember. But yeah. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievement and successes in court. So, you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud, as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean, to see the real thing, with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Vampire Survivors 1.5. Oh, they're doing a big update for that game, huh? I see. I never played it myself. I see. Yeah, it's summertime now, so there's lots of like game announcements, for sure. No, E3 is dead now, but doesn't stop them from doing game announcements for sure. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. YouTube Rewind now E3. I think Rewind was just like it just failed to like capture all of YouTube, which was the issue with it by this point. There's so many smaller circles of YouTube that are big that it just gets weird when they focus so much on like I don't have any better word for this, but like normie YouTube. I don't have a better word for that. Mainstream, I guess. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Last two absolutely suck. I never watched them. All I remember was the one with Will Smith. And like, oh, that's hot. That's like years ago. I forgot how long ago that was. And the Battle Bus. The Battle Bus one. Or was it just, or were we the same one? It was straight after that, that's when it happened. Asogi. May I have a word? Asogi? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has purpose significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. 2018 there was... Ah, I see. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Rinosuke, I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Rinosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. 2019 was not even good. It was just what's the top 10 video. Yeah, I think they just gave up by that point, I guess. My name is Eugene Mikotaba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotaba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, you've no doubt heard, a soldier has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial... Oh wait, to be fair, he might just be going away. He's probably just gonna disappear. Like, not disappear. What's his name? Kazuma. Kazuma will probably just leave the country. Not die, at least. We'll see. I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected. You were unaware of this. I had a feeling a Soji may have not chosen to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dream will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favourable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true, nevertheless. I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand, once proceedings get underway. Have you played yesterday, the news... Oh yeah, I saw, I saw. And we got 10 fuel as well. I saw, yeah. Thanks, Silver Wolf. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose certain questions to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. G Fuel ad. Ha. I do? But what would the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Soji must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Your favorite is attorney track. I really like Pursuit. Well, there's lots of Pursuit. I don't remember an exact track, but I really like the track when, you know, I think it's Pursuit is the name when like it really it reaches the climax and like you're the one on the front foot and like you're the one in control of the case and presenting evidence and like when things are in your favor, when you're getting the final blow done. The intense one, yeah. That one. I really like it in like those. I really like that. It like really gets you hyped up when you're like closing in on the case, or when you're giving those like big explanations for how things happened and whatnot. Umineko has a similar kind of thing as well. A similar kind of, not a similar track, but like a track in a similar tone sort of thing for like similar stuff, which I really like. Get moving. There's no point in advocating for anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. The objection track. Oh yeah. This is it. If his trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, you have absolutely no idea of what lay ahead. I embarked on that unforgettable trial. I'm suspicious about that professor guy. He seems suspicious. Yeah. Like in Danganronpa as well. Those tracks, yeah. Like that. My one and only chance to prove my innocence. The trial will decide my destiny. #22nd November, 9 AM. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. I can't remember for Dual Destinies if they had this many like camera angles as well. Like for me with Ace Attorney, like I mostly remember when it was like just sprite based, so there wasn't many camera angles being used. But I know Dual Destinies was 3D as well, but I can't remember if it used this many angles in it either. The powers that be have demanded this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Okay, cool, yeah, we got a Winston Payne stand-in for the first trial. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I'd like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. Payne, yeah. He's just gonna get jobbed, but like, he's meant to be, yeah, he's like the tutorial prosecutor for sure. I remember like, in like the third game, like he had hair. And then he lost his hair after that one. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made a request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. At this unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for confirmation now. Who advocated for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I don't know if we're being set up. Unless it's like... We have to be... We're gonna end up... The dilemma is... The procedures for... Before we begin, is one point... Yesterday's evening, the defendant made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. Advocate to change. As this is a usual circumstance, I must be obliged for final confirmation. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? I do. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Your favorite game ever. I saw your comment. I'm really looking forward to this game. What is the meaning for this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. Ah, I see. You'll be what? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotaba told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that. Really. It's just that, I wonder if the original says hi. There is the Japanese voices, but I'm keeping the English voice. Even though they don't really speak, but may as well for like objection. I guess unless the professor is like he thinks we're gonna lose, but he doesn't want his like star pupil to be to lose his opportunity. So he says like, yeah, you better just like get him off your defendant case. Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. That's exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotaba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident to speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? He's so nervous. Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. That expression. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. But, I do wonder if we have a Larry stand-in as well in this game. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of the Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. I think maybe the professor killed him. maybe the professor is the one who killed the person. We'll see. It's too early to tell. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Rinosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information in this case can be found in the court records. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court records with press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press E for court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now switch to people with E. You'll find details of the victim in here. When you're done, press E to go back. John H. Wilson, the victim of this case, he's a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Ah, okay. Lead prosecutor who would appear to have little love for the changes the cultural reformation has brought about. Medical school professor at Imperial Yume University, authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Is that Watson? He does look like some portrayals of him, yeah. Yes, John H. Wilson, I think, yeah. Yeah, John H. Wilson. But yeah, it's like you normally see... Oh, it is. In Japanese, he's Watson. Ah, I see. I guess, yeah, even Watson... even Watson is just like... They're just avoiding any issues entirely. Like, yeah, Watson is Wilson now. I see. So remember, everything to do with this current case can be found in the court record. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section. Then press R to present. Try it now.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Alright, yeah, Watson was a doctor. That's it, yeah. Watson is a doctor. Right. I never watched Sherlock, watched or read Sherlock Holmes, just most of it's from osmosis. I do want to play one of the games one day, though, maybe. I think, like, Crime and Punishment is a good one, and apparently it's one where you like, for the cases themselves, you don't necessarily have to get the right answer. I mean, there is no, like, but you can, like, just fumble your way through and just give the wrong answer at the end, and that's that. That seems interesting. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to UMay University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. Recommend Vampire Survivors, good game. I never tried playing something like it before, but yeah, it's like one of those, like, just chill games that you just chill, grind, farm it, and just, like, yeah, it seems like a chill game, yeah, or chill-ish, I guess. And as most of you be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial UMay University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution in this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting English policymakers. Okay, yeah, we just go hard right in, don't we? We're going hard right away on the theme, on the whole, like, context theme. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. We looks like the most detailed character here. He does have a nice beard, that's for sure. That's why this case has unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think... Wait. Okay, yeah, he's sitting at a table across. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Alright, that's how it goes. Oh yeah, his like, armor, chest plate. Isn't... Now I was thinking... I forgot what the prosecutor badge in... Or was it the defendant badge? It looks like the badge. One of the badges, I think. No, it was the defendant badge. It looks like that. Let me pose a question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death. Well, obviously, that was, Rinosuke. Remember, that in court, every assertion must be backed by evidence. By evidence, but how? Find a piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and press present. Do it now. The post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 PM and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Huh. Alright, that's a detail that comes up later then.
Yes!
Well, according to this document, the victim suffered hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, is that really a thing? Damn. Oh, I see. As long as... Oh, I mean, not... Is it a thing? Was it a thing? Damn. As long as I'm not going to be tested on this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, Counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photograph print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So, that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is so incredible. Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let's start the trial. I wonder what like gimmick this game has for like whether it's the court thing or like investigation. Like in I think it's the second game, or was it the first game? We had the Magatama stuff and the Psylocke. No, Psylocke I think was in number 3. And then I think they added some other stuff of like sensing movement in Apollo Justice. I wonder if there's any gimmicks in this game as well, or if it's just like more simple because it's in the past. Oh, that's it. Magatama and Psylocke were game 2. That's it. Yeah, game 1 kept it simple. Yeah. In Japan had no autopsy at the time. I see. Yeah, I see. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of this case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. And this game has so much depth in terms of investigating court gimmicks. You'll see from case 3. I see. Looking forward to that then, yeah. Looking forward to that. I guess we start off simple for now then. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotaba? Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. That doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Soji must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control this cold stares first. Ha! Okay, it's the waiter guy. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Are you dying? Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It doesn't really bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, will you kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident? At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 PM. On the day in question, we have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there was only 3 tables occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt an inappropriate time, you'll be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Rinosuke. You have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in hand was the same man we see here in court today? Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what'd he say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Rinosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello... Okay, there's someone else. There was a woman sitting opposite him at a table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Interject? No, we get penalized, but... I guess it's still going to be the same format where it's like we get to review their statement and then interject any moment. We'll see. I guess we just wait then. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Rinosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I never have got into Yume University otherwise. But you can't always follow the rules in life, you know? If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout, drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Let's see the business card. Maybe there's something on the reverse. Something seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. So, the court has now heard a process of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters much further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Yeah, well, isn't it like, what's it called? You're guilty until proven innocent is kind of like a whole theme with the whole Ace Attorney thing. Well, rather, not really, as in like the court system deems you guilty until you're innocent, which is like one big aspect that the games criticize in general. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotaba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Rinosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see how decisive that evidence really is. Yeah, Rinosuke clearly starts out really unconfident. So we'll see him grow as the game goes on, for sure. Prosecutor Auchi, please continue with business proceedings. I must have hitting it like this. The business card. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Unless we can we see the other side of it? Magnifying glass. Oh no, we can't see the other side of it. Nothing sus right now about it. Like, the only thing is, like, he comes in. Oh, we can't yet. Yeah. I feel like there's something on the reverse that's really sus. There has to be something on the reverse that's sus. Also, when he comes in, he has to go here. Huh. It's like, that's the kitchen, but then it goes through here. I don't, maybe there's a blind spot or something. We'll see. And nothing special about this picture so far. You can rotate 99 in this game and apparently interact with it in your inventory. Ah, I see. I guess right now we don't have the... We aren't able to. But yeah, that's a thing that because of the game being 3D now, I guess. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness. Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice were 3D too. We couldn't do it for some reason. I see. I remember the Apollo Justice. I think Apollo Justice let you... there was some evidence that you rotate, I think. I think as well the 6 case in the first game, the one that was added for the DS version, I think that had a 3D model as well. I don't remember. It's been a while. Oh, yeah, that's it. Yeah, 5th case, the one with the exclusive case, with Emma and Gant. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Iesa Noza, reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity, or the efflorescence of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd district. Curio... is it? Okay, cool, yeah. We get puns. Curio Korotkuta, at your service. Antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. We must be the diners at the other table the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at an establishment in question, always past noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that man is saying. Same. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during the last thing he said. It does a baby sound. Or something. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. It's Otis. Yeah, military speak. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw, at the precise moment the incident occurred. Yes, sir. Standing by ready to report, sir. Oh, does he have a baby on his back or something? That looks like a carrier thing. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Oh, okay, this is the cross-examination moment, yeah. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at a restaurant while having a technical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particular fine golden curio to a military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Alright, he died from the front, but sure. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Alright, cool, we already know the hole in his argument. Well, so you, Sergeant Noza, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Edgeworth Case 4 confirmed. I know there is an Edgeworth... Oh, yeah, Case 4 in the game, in the first game, yeah. I know there is like an Edgeworth XP as well in this game, but I guess he comes in next case. I thought perhaps the professor dropped it. So I bent down and just as I was picking it up. Bang. Okay, so he must have been killed by another gun, and not that gun. Someone else used their own gun and shot him. If that's the truth, there's obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witness testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is. Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly. The testimony of the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial.
Yes!
What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it? How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. It's a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I'm had to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness statements. How? You didn't fire a gun, which means that the soldier said it has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's a case of proving it, and the key to do that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now, let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then. It's all or nothing. Okay, yeah, we know which one is the wrong one anyway. We can tell. I think, I don't know, what's it called again? Because I remember, like, because the gameplay loop with, like, cross-examination is that, I mean, it's more like if you don't know where to go, just press everything for then to see if any more statements pop up. I don't know if they changed or, like, refined that gameplay loop in this game yet, or not. But yeah, it's pretty clear the issue is that he got shot in the back. But you do get, like, extra bits of, like, conversation and lore if you do press more stuff. But also, like, what's it called? I don't think the game doesn't penalize you if you press everything. I think the only one... I remember one case in the other games where if you're not allowed to press every statement, or else you lose HP, you lose life every time. I think it was with a clown or something. I think it was the big top one. I think the big top case in the second game. I think. But yeah, I'm curious what this golden curio is. Let's ask about that. Oh, look at me. Okay, look at me. That was it. Okay, that was the one with the Phantom Thief, wasn't it? I think that was it the Phantom Thief one? I have no idea what we're talking about. A Koban boy. Koban? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoi period entered my possession. It is like some nice, like, extra bits of, like, lore and conversation if you press everything, though. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with said items secreted in my bosom pocket, in the hope of an affluent cognoscent appraised of its indisputable value being present. So, you're hoping to sell your Koban coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so? Well... You little upstart cadet. You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination. No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. Alright, we know firearm discharge, actions with my own eyes. We know which one it is. It's the fired in the back because the guy is getting shot from the front. He died from the front. The bullet didn't go through him. Yeah, bullet through the chest didn't pass through the victim. So yeah, it's the photograph, obviously. Let me just see if there's anything that looks nice to press. What do you mean hands and knees, though?
Yes!
Like, you just dropped your coin on your hands and knees. Could you explain that, please? That's right. Spurring the arthritis I was in order to retrieve the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to? The Koban, of course. The exquisite Hoi-era Koban coin. I had just been showing the red treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. After averting my eyes for the briefest moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Hence, I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it, and then it happened. Hey, you're not much of a witness. You heard the gunshot, you mean? None other than that, though it was no concern of mine. I was finally scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred? Indeed. Myself, I did not. Yeah, you're not much of a witness. What am I supposed to do here? Listen, Rinosuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence without using a witness while witness is giving testimony pressing E. Go through each witness statement and details about each piece of evidence and compare the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, inconsistency. An inconsistency. When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, present the evidence with R and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you've dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with a witness statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You hear the witness statements over and over again, as many times as you like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Truly best friends. Alright, I just want to see what I want to see what he says about the beef though.
Yes.
If he says anything about beef. Why aren't you saying anything? Is it some new interrogation technique? I actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then. This beefsteak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Attention! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak could be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet, you what kind of food is that? Tension! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal, tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Veal... What is veal again? Deer? Is veal deer? Yeah, I haven't had veal before. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and then you're released from prison. Try it. Yes, sir, I will, sir. On a double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? Negative. Veal is Dangan's favorite animal. Well, at least we learned he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Yeah. Oh, veal is cow. Never mind. Veal is cow. Beef. Veal. Yeah, isn't veal deer? Or is that something else? I'm mixing up names. Alright, we know which one it is, so let's get to that one. Ah, I see. Yeah, got shot in the back, he was shot in the front.
Yes.
What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. Deer is venison. Oh, whoops. That's it. I was thinking of V, like venison, veal, like V. So I think it's venison. Yeah. I was thinking of V, and I wasn't sure which one it was. V is vendetta. Ha. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. I'm looking forward to when Ryunosuke's animations look more confident as well. Because he's like really nervous right now. But I'm looking forward to when he looks more confident. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us we don't already know? Well, obviously. That, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond a doubt Your Excellency. But there is no place for an amateur student here in the Grand Courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. God, he's so cool. Kazuma is so cool. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. Edgy. He does remind me of Edgeworth a bit. Like, didn't Edgeworth originally want to be a defendant? He kind of like gives Edgeworth vibes, but I know there's another Edgeworth character in the game as well. Like, he looks like a vampire. But I've seen him, like, there's like one line about clowns. Oh, just he's edgy. No, I mean, to be fair, he does have oh yeah, defense attorney. Whoops. He wants to be defendant. I mean, his dream, that happens as well, but right, defense attorney. Whoops. Imagine your dream is to be defendant. But yeah. He does have Edgeworth. He gives me Edgeworth vibes though. I think it's the red as well. And also being obviously best friend to the Phoenix Wright, the Phoenix XP, Rinosuke. But not really XP. They don't look exactly the same. What? Sergeant ESN Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. Military-grade eyes means they're cheap and awful and do the bare minimum. Ha! Ha! And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Ugh. Yeah, there's a baby behind him. What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed in the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? That last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond a reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Damn, burned. Alright. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Alright. Wrap it up. There it is. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. I mean, can't we just check the gun to see if it had fired? Can we check if the gun had fired or not? And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Oh, yes, you're looking for your Koban coin, weren't you? Indeed, the prized Hoi era Koban. Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. Yeah, you're just here for vibes then. You're doing nothing for this case. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoi treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, he'll play his role. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's like some random ass witnesses that just turn out to be important later on. Did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoi Kaban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Lars in case 4. Lars was... I can't remember who exactly that was, but the name sounds familiar. As I am sure everyone present is aware, the case demands Larry. Oh, Larry. Yeah, true. Yeah. This case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was unconclusive, no matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. Is it meant to be a pun on Ouchie? Just like ouch. Oh yeah, Winston Payne, Ouchie. God darn it. I love the name puns in this game. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he'll be a wolf found at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed a despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant Rinosuke Naruhodo. Yes or no? Oh, I was wondering. I didn't realize. I was thinking it had to do with his nose, and I was confused. Like, his nose isn't that prominent. I see. Yes sir, no sir. I see. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting Sino to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out of your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise through the ranks, sir. Name Ido. I do. Yes, sir. No, sir. I do. It seemed those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped up for the nanny. I do. Tension. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Alright. But how is he eating steak if he's poor as hell? Then again, is steak expensive? Or was it expensive? The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young man in the black. That much I did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Alright, the woman is really sus, since everyone's saying he was by himself, except for Ryunosuke. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. I guess we just press. View is pretty expensive.
Yes!
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt the victim was alone at the time of the crime. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this photographic print of the scene of the crime console? Indeed, of the table of which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one plate set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. It doesn't make any sense. This court will add this photographic evidence to the record. Photographic print has been added. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. That waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. How is this gonna get solved then? As in, how does no one else see her? Unless she's in a blind spot. She didn't have to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies you have just heard leave no further room for doubt. There are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the Treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takasuchi Auchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? This judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth, in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Rules are so unbending at times. Alright, I don't see any problem statements right now. I think we have to, press everything then. And if what I saw was in the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young man in black. That much I did see. Pointing at him. A visual search of the premises at the time confirmed we were the only personnel present. Let me check these photos real quick. No almost need for a magnifying glass here. Alright, no, okay, I was wondering if there's any difference with the table after he got shot. But everything's the same, it seems. Table-wise. Bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. That's carbonated water. I don't like drinking carbonated water. It just feels weird. Guess we just press then. The visual search of the premises at the time confirmed to be the only personnel presence. Indeed, he was an Englishman, dining by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. What do you think, Rinosuke? What's the matter? I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No. Worse than carbonated water is flat carbonated water. Yeah, when you got that weird, like, flat taste, that mouthfeel on it as well. Like, by all means, like fizzy drinks, by all means, but it just feels weird having just plain carbonated water. The first thing to do is calm down. I would like to try like carbonated water mixed with like squash or whatever you call it. The one that's just like concentrate mixed with that, but I haven't tried that yet, funny enough. I expect every witness to be full of holes. Just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? You can choose to either press or present against each of the witness statements. If witnesses say something you're suspicious about, press him on it with Q. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial. Right, I see. The important point is, there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witnesses on it and press them hard. Alright, got it. I pressed them like blocks of tofu. I wasn't alone in the restaurant, I'm sure of it. And only I'll cross-examine to prove I'm right. Let's press for their worth. Alright, yeah, this is still like tutorial, like, this is about pressing now. Pointing gun, how much you did see yourself. I think it has to be about him being alone then. Let's press this then.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. Must have noticed someone else. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel like I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else seems to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Wouldn't there have been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 PM when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. That's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 PM is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. Yeah, it's 2 in between, I feel. Like, I eat lunch at 1 PM at most. Like, 2 PM is like too close to dinner time. Not really too close. 3 PM is closer, but... it feels like it's the weird in-between. I know there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? There was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hotter clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the day in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 PM. The very day of the incident. So, the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing in this case. I wonder. What do you think, Rinosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. But yeah, well, same case here with prosecution giving us evidence late. Last minute evidence. Request for it to be entered in the court record if you think it's useful. Should I ask for... We may as well. We may as well.
Yes!
We'll take it. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues, as worth showing updated autopsy report. Yeah. The classic case with Edgeworth. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Tracking my trap card, Phoenix. Updated autopsy report to like blow your case entirely. The victim's medical report card has been added to the court record. Alright, let's give that a read. New clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like. There's a day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten, but these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kurakuta-san. Alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself. Oh, I can't. Oh, I have to press back. Excellent work, Rinosuke. We've gained some new information now. Oh, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. Let me check it, actually. I wouldn't be so sure. Medical report that was found in the pocket. Alright, we can't exactly. There's no details to it yet. Oh, okay. Victim, single bullet at close range, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma, no exit wound, didn't pass through body. Yeah, nothing. I don't see it yet. I don't see it yet. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? Oh, okay. These are the ones that me examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use arrow keys. Oh, we can rotate now. Okay. To rotate evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using Wasad. I see. Okay, it's cool. Yes, we are we are in technically tutorial still. So, I see. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learnt. Alright, sure. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Unless it's gonna be a case where he's not allowed to eat steak. Maybe he can't eat steak. I need to use the arrow keys space to inspect. Yeah, sure. Maybe he can't eat steak. Dentist. Oh, dentist. Why would he be eating? It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a long-term record treatment. That's why with a family doctor, I imagine. I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So, you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. Yeah, I'll check the business card as well, if we're allowed to rotate it. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. Sorry. Sneeze. Oh, when you're at lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. Bless. Thanks. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less. For which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Okay, yeah, so clearly guy can't eat. He's not allowed to eat because he had dentist appointment. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and here's an entry for the day when the person was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. They used laughing gas, most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. There is, don't worry. Well, then again, these guys live in the past. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure, unless until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Is that information worth bearing in mind? Okay, yeah. You can't eat or drink. Opium. Yeah, there is opium, yeah. But then again, I don't know. Is that a thing? Did they take opium in Japan though? I'm not sure. Like, it was in Asia, sure. But I don't know, was it in Japan, opium? I'm not sure. No good thing was an option, yeah. With this new information, like, wasn't Sherlock Holmes, like, an opium addict? I wonder if they're going to reference that or something in this game. The meaning of this one particular statement totally changes. I think it's time we listen to this testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Satoru Hosonaga. Well, that's unexpected. Opium was considered overall fine in medicine at the time. True, yeah. True. What is it? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. He's not a waiter then. He's a... Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. So the point. It's not the name that's inspected. It's his job title. His job title? Oh, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? That's going to be something down the line. I have no idea. Let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're willing it somehow here... Yeah, there's corruption. Alright, guess we're gonna get Hosonaga back again in the future. Alright. So, we have to see where he's saying he's eating then. Pointing his man is in the back. Furthermore, visual search confirmed there's only one. Alone he was, the Englishman. No one other than could have dispatched. Which statement is the wrong one though? Well done, yeah. We have even more to go on now. Wait. Alright, there's no like fast, there's no like skip. There's no skip. Because we have just what we need. Yeah. Using it to our advantage now. Do you mean there is a discrepancy somewhere? Alright. Where do we say that he can't eat and drink? He can drink water. The fact that no one has been brought to the court's attention, he's right. Thinking about Dr. Wilson's criticisms at the time of the incident, puts that particular statement in a completely different light. Always keep your eye on the progress of the battle. That's the only sure way we can win. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment discharged, it's almost the same thing. Pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young man in black. Furthermore, a visual search confirmed we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, dining all by himself. Oh, dining by himself. Impossible. Alright, his medical card.
Yes!
That's it, dining. Dining was a statement. Well, I think, about what? What's you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost, here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. On the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Thanks, dude. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Korokuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on the report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt the court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 PM in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at a restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's... Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're done here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. The medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated the crime. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hotta Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating? Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while the anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't... Korokuta-san? What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 PM, the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court that with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. Oh, now that's a more affirmative slap. But that can't possibly be the case. Possibly be the case. Ugh. Because the victim, as we now know, had just one of his tooth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Ah! Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating this pictured beefsteak? Objection theme this game. It's got like that more like orchestral feel to it, yeah. I think I heard it on the title screen as well. It bops for sure. The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it could only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yeah, we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on the table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies have been unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Yeah, we're really going hard on that whole aspect. We're going hard on that, like, from the offset. Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you have deliberately lied with giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury. And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Negative. There was no mention of this at the technical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw a gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Well, cool. There she is now. Oh. What? What did you just say, Karakuta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now, hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw a gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
Oh, did Kazuma see her before he left then, and he was hiding it this whole time as a stinger against them? I don't know. Let's see. What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements. Is this true, you pair? Oh, okay. So, Aochi is innocent in like influencing these witnesses. Not bad. Honestly, fair play. He's not that crooked. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order. Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So, you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Rinosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it. Yeah, he's not that bad, honestly. I think like the Winston Payne archetype characters, they're not like bad, I feel. They're just incompetent. What are you saying? I mean, to build that kind of influence, there were only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Yeah, we're going right into the underbelly, huh? We're going hard on this right away. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm we tried to silence these witnesses... Oh! The police inspector! Ah! The police inspector. We can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever really was did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about this? Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first thing that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to influence these people are... It's Hosonaga. He swears to Kami-sama. Or like all of them, really.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be... Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock. What possible reason could the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were a waiter. Yeah, he's doing that Edgeworth pose with the fingers to his head. What if he truly were? Come on, Rinosuke. Time to hit this core of the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosanaga's real identity, proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail. This should include anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this oversighted student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of the back of the business card. The front of the business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. Alright, yeah, we're going right into them even on case 1. Jeez. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention you'd seen the foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Alright, now you've come up. Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment he asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized there's a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to court record as evidence. Yeah. Flashback. Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made the sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant before. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are related to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having sat at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Bang. Oh. As soon as I heard... Oh, never mind. I thought someone got shot in the courtroom. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out the kitchen to see what happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an English woman. So, the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the borough. It was then that I received some special orders. Damn, higher up. Special orders, you mean to say remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Alright, there's a conspiracy going on. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was a killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue the idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishwoman has been murdered under our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So, that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. I don't know. It feels like we're at a stalemate now. If we can't get her to come in. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yumei University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research lab, is a young English woman. Ah, she's a student. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed that woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her ID first. Then the court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Jazzy Rider. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research lab of the UMA University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of the lady's presence at the scene and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a certain particular critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as you have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. That's the thing, like, the judges in the games, like, as much as they can be silly in the games, like, they tend to be like really fair. They're not like they get easily influenced by the prosecutor sometimes, like with Edgeworth and the judge, but they are in the end they are like yeah, Giga Chad just fair. They do look to be fair. Like, I don't remember a judge being corrupt at all, really, in the games from what I remember. It's just this specific judge is special. I see. This one was also special. We'll see. Yeah, because so far this judge is like very competent. Like the original judge, like he did look for the truth, but he was also easily influenced by like the prosecutors. But he's more like he didn't mean bad either. You will locate this Jazzy Rider and escort her to the court with utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you're given from the police bureau. OG just was a funny guy, yeah. Like he did have some really good moments from what I remember as well, to be fair, as well. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem. Unless he just dies on the spot at some point because of his illness or whatever. Nothing will get in my way. Judge is actually an important character for this story. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Jazzy Rider, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Alright, recess just to, like, catch our breath. To be continued. Alright, yeah, because, like, there's a bunch of cases, like, were split into, like, 2 parts. 1 part, 2 part. Save current progress. Or it doesn't auto-save anyway. Is there a manual save as well? I don't remember. 22nd November, 11:38 AM. Supreme Court of Judicature Defense Antechamber. So it's been 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours and 30 minutes or so. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat. Your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistency in testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Jazzy Brett. A student from Great Britain, is she? Jazzy. Is there a pun in here, or is there not a pun in this name? Jazzy. That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. Jazzy Brett is because in the original... Ah, I see. In the original Sherlock Holmes book, Watson was shot by a Jazzy bullet. I see. I see. It's one of those if you know puns. I see. Alright, it seems obvious she did it, but we need to prove why and how. Yeah. Thanks to our detective friend, she has hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. Came here from the Leviathan reading stream, saw that you were just live and just wanted to say hi and thanks for the insight on all the things in it. So you can understand much yourself. Sure, no probs, yeah. It's fun, like, just reading and also just talking about the stuff I'm reading, yeah. They expect to see Ace Attorney on here too. I like story-based games, so I've been feeling like playing one that's like really story-focused for a while, so here we are. We'll see whenever they release the Leviathan, the next release. Well, the next batch of English releases, hopefully soon. Hopefully at some point, since it's not fully complete yet. Bang. It's been a while, but yeah, they're just like, what's it called? The translation team is really overworked right now, so I understand why it's on the back burner. Though it does feel like it's necessary to know at some point, so hopefully sooner than later. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot came from. Yeah, it's just busy with the game more. Yeah, pretty much, because it's like one or two people doing translation work, and like you can clearly see they're being pushed to like their limit already. So hopefully at some point they get more people to translate to help out with editing and whatnot. Because I think it's like they're doing double duty. They're both like they're translating, but then also doing editing and whatnot. So didn't show a lot of people, so it must be a lot of work. So I can understand the wait. Yeah, some typos here and there. Yeah, it would be nice to get like an editor or something to like check over typos and whatnot. Yeah, because it seems like Leviathan will be important at some point, because we're already getting references to it, and like last stream there was some debate about aspects from Leviathan about a certain character. So sooner, hopefully soon. As well as it obviously being important for Virgilius, because his character, you appreciate him a lot more after Leviathan compared to just purely from Limbus alone. The waiter ran over to me, looking at Wise's sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apparently did his sus without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. There you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotaba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so he wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in infancy. Our justice system, even more so. Which is why I firmly believe we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I want to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Okay, yeah, it was so that he wouldn't... Yeah. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma. Well then. It looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in the restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UME, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Alright, I know she becomes our assistant character at some point, but guess we'll find out what she does later. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go into there and deal a decisive blow. Before these old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So, this isn't my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. 22nd November, 12:09 PM. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Alright, back in session. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Auchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. Nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that gun relations we forge with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. But you still think it's nothing to worry about when a new treaty breaks down and our nation flounders? Our nation breaks down and our nation founders. Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, and the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on, you really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats. Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Jazzy Rider. Yes. Your Excellency. Oh, that's quite the hat. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnaval. Now, yes, we know about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Ladies, is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did. Didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. I'm looking forward to when she breaks down. Oh, she's speaking English. I remember hearing about there was some localization thing. Is this yeah, to show she's speaking English, I guess? Because they're obviously speaking Japanese. Speaking cursive English. Ha. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but not British. British. The lady says her name is Jazzy Rider. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UME University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Oh, you speak English. Oh wait, no one. Yeah, to be fair, he wants to study abroad, so he must have some English ability. Yes, I agree. You obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Throw for content. We'll see. So far it's really straightforward, but we'll see if there's any like difficulties we run into. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if it may trouble you to affirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnaval, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. That was more than yes, but this could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she is due to make a presentation at the university. She had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was following orders from the borough. Well now, dear lady, could you be as kind to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say... Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Yeah, that's a lie, of course, but... Gotta see how we pick this one apart. Order in court. Did you hear that, Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I'll have to ask you to formally testify if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Alright, let's see how this goes. A frightening and sorrowful sight. Alright, this one's gonna go so slow because he's translating. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The person home to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Okay, that's where like lies are coming in. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Is it a condemning testimony indeed? No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this Snow White angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine those words, whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Rinosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the borough. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. I mean, it's already sus that you did that, but... On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit she wore today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. In that giant swan, maybe. I think she could have the guy almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless until the precise location where the witnesses to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. There are witnesses. Those are witnesses' own words in the matter. Ah, that's ridiculous. Maria was allowed to lift up her dress. I could prove it. Okay, calm down. Don't think about doing anything rash, Rinosuke. But I didn't fire a gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we need to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Unless it's like one of those like really tiny guns. Like those like, not even like big guns. Like barely, those really tiny ones. We'll see. Oh yes, Your Excellency. Alright, what do we cross-examine here though? A frightening, sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet... I think so. I saw like... I don't remember, like... I seen like those like really tiny pistols that like... For like barely any caliber. You have to like shoot them point blank to do anything with them. Arranged for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got in a fierce argument. Let's see what we were arguing about first. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did was notice Tim, was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't there to retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry. Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must speak English. Called lady guns, ironically. Ah, yeah, those ones, yeah. Okay, yeah. Ouchie's like... I see. Just like bent towards foreign powers. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever. Only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. I wonder how they did that in the Japanese script, unless he started speaking in katakana, or just literally just putting English. There's like English text. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And then next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Alright, we can't exactly press about the argument itself. But not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him before my eyes.
Yes!
Alright. Like I said, I did not shoot the gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expected to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time, the highly suspicious lady in the stand. That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty. Your basic accusation could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as basic as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned, anyway. I don't carry a gun myself. Okay, we have to press this.
Yes!
You have to press this then, I guess. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? I wonder how did the international justice work back then? Because it's like, yeah, it seems like, I don't know the historical context, but what's it called? It was influenced by oh, you mean that in that sense? Like you could persecute someone from a different country. Yeah, isn't it? There is like different laws for that stuff, isn't it? Like in some case, you have to be extradited back to your home country to be in court. I think there are some laws. There's like, it varies, I guess, on the crime probably. Like, let's say murder, you probably, I don't know. It depends, I guess. But how back in the day as well. Not sure. To be fair, that's why you have cases of people like they like murder someone and then run away to like some foreign country where they can't get trialed by. So it depends, I guess. But I guess now there is like international search warrants and stuff where you have, if you do get caught, you will be sent back, even if you're not tried in that country. Depending, I guess. Why on earth not? The honourable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. But yeah, we're not. They sure haven't checked her person that well, huh? That was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing in the matter, perhaps. Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that a refined lady was concealing a firearm, then must you support with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university. She was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she was in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she's only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You can at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. We're learning to just ignore him. You go into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out profound line. Totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem slightly off to you. Do that, and no proceeding will present itself. I promise you. I need to expose the true face of the exotic foreigner by hiding behind the mask. Okay. We don't have any evidence though, do we? That we can present. Nothing but like a gun or anything. Loss of blood from gunshot wound. Shot from the front and died. Restaurant's layout from the back. I guess we'll just press these ones as well.
Yes!
What did you want to meet him for? After 2 p.m. in fact. That's really quite late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late lunches are en vogue, isn't that right? No. An decisive English no. Has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. Nuh-uh. If you mean nuh-uh. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research lab. Yeah. So it's apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to the lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Alright, nothing we can press about why they met. Unable to eat, you had beefsteak.
Yes!
Alright. I don't know. We may as well press everything then. I don't know where the hole is right now. He's unable to eat, you say. And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hotter Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. Beefsteak, sir. So that would mean it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Wait, right, because like, why is the professor, if she was eating the steak, why was she sitting why was the professor on this seat if she was eating the steak here? It's not like he was feeding her. Yeah, that's the problem then. But then how do we point it out? Because the steak is here, but the professor died on this side. Unless his body was moved post-mortem. That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Perfect, we got this now. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that subjected you to this terrible plight. Alright, just simping now. The victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was able to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Renosuke? By the way, this last statement. It's meaningful. We got this. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us what this profound bearing... The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness' last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, sidestep, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Please kindly repeat what you said in the statement. Gladly, she said. You don't even know. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Yeah, because... Wait, let me check the water. There's one water. Yeah, there's only one water. There's only one water, so how could they toast if there's only one water? Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Rinosuke. I love how sassy he looks when he does that. Couldn't they just pour water from the same bottle? I mean, there's only one glass is the problem. There's only one glass. There's only one glass, so that's the problem. Unless, of course, it's with the issue with Hosonaga removing her glass from the evidence before the picture was taken. Just just down it from the bottle. Yeah, that's quite a thing to do in a restaurant.
Yes!
Okay, why is there only one glass? That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd, very odd. Dear me, what is odd is the defendant's inability to express itself. Rinosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. But cheers? Miss Brett just told us she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. He actually roasted him. If that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Well, cheers. Ha! Ah. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? What possible difference does the presence of or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I will never do something so reckless. Wait, didn't he say he removed every trace of her at the scene? Or does he mean like just making sure no one mentions her? But there should have been 2 glasses at the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Oh, it's missing. It's missing something. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and voiced to try to hide the fact I've been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. But where'd you hide it then? If you said you can't hide a gun in your clothes, you should be able to hide it. Sorry. Fair. Sorry. There. As I assured the court before, this is no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame him for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. just as a joke. She took the glass. I'd like to know. Exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Alright, this is going to reveal that she can hide stuff in her clothes. Into a small handbag she was carrying. Okay, yeah, she has a handbag. So now your clothes don't matter. You have a bag. You can put a gun in there, for all we know. Do a little bit of trolling. Handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch, commonly carried by well-to-do women in London, England. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. But in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue the matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So, she took the glass away in her handbag. Is there a different significance there? It's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English women carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. I love that slap. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. And he didn't fire that gun. We can deduce there must be another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting... Inspector Hosonaga? Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun. The one that was actually used to kill the professor. The gun behind slaughter, if I may. Ha! Ha! Could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order! 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 What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you have the lady open her... Did you not have the lady open her handbag and show the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure those uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. Not really, no. Frankly. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because... it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I have completely forgotten about. Just forgot. This photographic print. What's with his arm? His wrist? The print is a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. It doesn't seem convenient though. Like, you need some big thing or something will just fall out. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. And there had been a gun inside. It would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. I love the reactions. Order, order. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit this print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph of the handbag has been added to the court record. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, Counsel. Let me check if we can check it now. Alright, what's this like? Yeah, this is the weird thing here. But we don't know what it is. It's this weird mark on his wrist. That is going to be a clue at some point. I think you've had long enough to examine the witness, Counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted in the court, mark of Cain. Ha! Appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in the matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of the crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in the worst situation than when I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Oh, okay, I think we're gonna come in with some like last-minute evidence from that person who's with the professor. We'll see. I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are met while the strong eat. Weak are meat. You were wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis of which we can argue the trial to continue. Oh wait, was it actually autopsy? Is this autopsy, or was it just police thinking there's a bullet shot? Well, no. I mean, he was shot. So, that's not really much, but... I was thinking, I don't know, unless he got stabbed. I don't think he got stabbed here. And just died from blood. Wait, that takes too long. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems you'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious now. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there is a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be put out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the woman was carrying on the day in question. There could be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Rinosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone this court scrutiny. However, I failed to see how you can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I'm desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. I just put my finger on it. Very well, I'll grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Alright, no penalty, just right away game over if you don't get it right. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. Oh no, never mind, there is penalties. Because I know there was like some in the other games where like you have only one chance. You can't mess up at all. You'll be identified in court, significant detail. Yeah, this thing. Space. What do I click? Oh, R button. Oh, present. Whoops.
Yes!
Look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the Magnificent Lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death. He didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by this curious shape of the mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a phone connection to this case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. Yeah, you're getting scared. You're getting scared now. You want to hurry things along. She'd like to know if she can be excused from the stand by now. Oh, of course, dear lady. But we shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Rinosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, it's all over. I think I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might find something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can just do that, we might just prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what's little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn to the victim's wrist, on the victim's wrist of the case, then you'd allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the colour draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. So then, Will not present as evidence to the court. That demonstrates a link between the burn and the trial. The burn. I'm not sure. Is it, unless it's the same shape. It's the same shape. I doubt it though. That looks like a. Yeah, I don't see it. It looks like a bullhorn or something. Like a bullhead. That's not that. It's not the shape of the pin. No idea. Unless the plate was hot. The steak was hot or something. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is. He got burned on the steak for some reason.
Yes.
It looks like a bullhead. Yeah. What's this, counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. Why was he burned on the steak, yeah, if he wasn't eating it? You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is in this photograph explains the reason for the victim's burn. Yeah, the engraving.
Yes.
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate. Ah! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. Emblem. I guess it's a sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! The emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means I don't know whether Hosonaga is a good guy or not. I don't know. I don't know what to think of him yet. He is complicit, but he also has higher ups ordering him around. I don't know if he cares about looking for the truth or not. Which means the victim must have suffered the burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. Could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, kind of sounds similar to the OG objection chat. Yeah, it's similar, yeah. It's similar. It wasn't suffered very long ago, and although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense pointed out. There was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. So really fast. So conceivably the victim would have let out a scream of pain then. Oh, so it was he was burned after dying. Or was it the anesthetic? I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already. I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. Okay, yeah, so he may be working for the police, but he seems to have some integrity to him. But you're a detective, no a waiter.
Yes!
So either it's the anesthetic or it was post-mortem. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds with screaming pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything for like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose so. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... We've been led into a terrible trap. Huh. Okay, it's not the anesthetic then. So what? It's been post-mortem unless these photographs are fake. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered a burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on the piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. Now that's an affirmative slap. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. How did you say hello to him then? That's madness. Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. This is Sparta, ha. But clearly has no grasp on the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp on the facts. I beg your pardon. As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Alright, we go again. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Okay, you can speak Japanese. Alright, no more messing around with Hosonaga. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Oh, you're that kind of person, are you? Not really good for relations if you're insulting them, are you? But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I have to lower myself to communicating with all of you on your own level. Oh, well. Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration that you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear our own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Rinosuke. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Ow. Really going hard, aren't you? That most captivating and most beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do, however, haven't insulted anyone. Yeah, nah, that's just bad. Not at all, not at all. It is delightful to merely hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I'll be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what happened here today. Minister of Justice. May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Alright, here we go. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed to cross-examination. Alright, don't see any problems with the statement right away, though. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. We may as well press everything. Yes! I don't know where the hole is right now. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least a few seconds. You could have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the flying and slightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Ah! Huh, what fun. You haven't realized. The D-Lady's absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Rinosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. I don't see any issues, so we'll just press everything.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Logic. It's circumstantial. It doesn't really prove anything, but it is a way to detract from the issue at hand. Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at a time, if you remember. This explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak on the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Ah, right. Damn you. Ah, I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of the core of others, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cases of death besides gunshot.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there was no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been a bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. That burn must have happened straight away when the plate was brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If that cooled even slightly, it would have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, and he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, it's a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie's right. Ah. If there's some other way a man's life could have taken without leaving a trace, please show me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height. However a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There will be physical traces from all those causes of death, that's for sure. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. Poison. Like, there's only poison by that point. If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how you think the person lost his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought. Calling us such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. Oh my honor, I, Takasuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast aspersions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Do we have any evidence that kills someone without a trace, though? I mean, unless he got poisoned in the dental clinic and just died there over time. And also, didn't we say hello to him? Or was that before the steak was ordered? The steak could be seen on the luncheon's table. Sketch of the... doesn't really work. Loss of blood from gunshot to test did not pass through the victim's body. Unless the glass had poison inside it. That's why she took the glass. Yeah, that's the only other reason. The glass has poison. So she took the glass away. And that's why she took it. It's not just as a, oh, I panicked. Glass gone. Let's see this last statement then.
Yes.
Carbonated. If... Unless that's a significant aspect, yeah. Because it's carbonated. It hides something. What do you mean by that? In the lands of Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. In this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Yeah, you need some work done, police-wise. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. That's a bit shoddy, not gonna lie. I'm trying to be as tactful as I can, you understand. Killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouch is sorry to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. I'm gonna guess it has to be the other. What do you think, Rinosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. Some clue somewhere to help us find the chink in our armor. Kazuma? What, Rinosuke? There is one thing I noticed. There's something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About you? About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. Is he poisoned? Detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. It might present opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. You think so, but... this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright, then. I wonder what Kazu was thinking. Alright, so this is telling us about double pressing statements. We have to press twice, and not just press once. Sometimes.
Yes!
Inferior. What do you mean by that? Please store everything from crime scene. Is that so? Quite right. La Carnival's open for business, exactly. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with the Miss Brett as an interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they are usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find often they let their guard down. For the content. Ha! I see, so this game's gimmick, well, its gimmick is that we can have multiple witnesses at once on the stand, and not just one at a time, it seems. You're right. Look at him, he's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry, pursue. I'll explain how to do it now. Rinosuke, it's all got to do with witnesses marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. I see. So that's what making... Okay, so that's what differs for this game. We got this mechanic. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your direction to the other person in the stand. You're looking at the other person... When you're looking at the other witness, you're able to pursue them in space. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker. Yeah, sure. Then pursue. Okay, so cool. Cool mechanic for this thing. I was wondering because, yeah, we had the other Kate with the antique guy.
Excuse me.
Ah! What the? What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. Is he being told to hide evidence? Like you were thinking about something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over. Immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I'd like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always try to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you mean? What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if you call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Okay, he's a cool guy. He's a cool guy, it seems. He's a pretty cool guy. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady remarks touched the nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that it? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took from the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I can guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Carbonated water has been added to the court record. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle of water, the bottle which you drank on the day of death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Okay, that must be it.
Yes!
No, shoot! Wrong one. I meant to present. If someone is strangled or... Oh, I see. So this is every single statement now. But no one... There's no reactions. I see. So we can look to do that every single time now. Aim for flawless investigation. heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the person did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls flat, doesn't it? Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's probably poison then. We have the evidence. I think E. Oh, we can't go back. It's hard to go. We can't. Yeah, normally we can go back. We don't have to go through this cutscene with the assistant. Alright, let's just look at it now before I try again. Carbonated water. Anything special about this? I can't find anything out of place. Nothing out of place there. The label was written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. Very expensive water. Yeah, you got scammed. You just got scammed. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Mr. Soul. There's nothing weird about the bottle, though. I don't see anything. Yeah, there's nothing weird about it. It seems to be the bottle, but let's just like we're gonna imply it's poison to her. So we present the bottle and imply it's poison. To be honest, you keep surprising me at every turn. Sorry? Oh, never mind. So we know that Dr. Wilson was killed around the time the steak was brought to his table, and by means that have left no physical trace in the body. Demonstrate how it was done. Well, I do have one idea about that, about how the professor was killed. Maybe I should show that present. Okay, just show it then, and then we do our thing. Is there some? Yeah, eat.
Yes.
Okay, cool. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Alright, there is a... This one has, like, deductive reasoning, then. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison. On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from the bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was some poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from the glass? Order, order, order. And on the day, who was sitting at that same table was the professor and able to sip the poison into his drink? There was only one person who could possibly do that, have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we've only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on lovely young... Wow, just shut up. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady... Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring to? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, You still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? It's the glass then. The glass is laced. Not the actual bottle, but the glass itself. Yeah, it's probably the glass. It's probably the glass then. It makes no sense. Why would she steal the bottle? So, why would she steal the glass? It has to be the glass. I ordered a test for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We can find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the Chief Coroner himself. No. No! It's the glass. It's the glass. It's the glass. I'm very grateful to you all Japanese. To all of you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure will be all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls in place if it was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from the gun is only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused who, by his own admission, was holding the weapon is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this moment? Kazuma. I'm sorry, Rinosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Alright, either that or we get the person that...
Hold it!
Yeah. Our friend. Please, wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared in like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Alright, part 3, part 2, part 3. Part 3 of the trial, let's go. Yeah, we're already starting intense for the first case, that's for sure. Alright, let's save here. November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Let me check something. Hold on. Okay, yeah, you're the daughter to him. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant? No woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law, other than to testify. Ah, I see. Also that issue as well. Huh. Yes, I fully understand. I also need for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I'll not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something written in English. It's Jazzy Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to university. I went to Dr. Wilson's lab in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. What, she made her own special poison? Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of curar and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curar? Curar? What's that? Never heard of that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read in detail. You have summarized what I could on the note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. The CIO's report has been added to the court record. Goodbye then, and good luck. Alright, let's check it out. A poison made from bark trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when a poison enters the body through a wound, such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its body to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that toxic could be application as anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest cause, as well as full body paralysis, must be found first, or they die of suffocation. So, either they ingested it. Real poison. I see, yeah. I see, that's scary. That's a scary poison. Inflicted by a blow. I guess now we have better, as in, we have the way to deal with the respiratory arrest. But it seems you die really quickly. You really die quickly with this. Scary. The above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound. So probably just from getting drunk then as well, just drinking it. And we don't because it's from South America. They don't have the means in the country to know about it. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. I ask the prosecution and defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to this court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... It's not so very long until tea time. I'll politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize I phrased it as a question. However... I must ask you to treat this as an order. I've said it many times before, but... The Japanese language makes no sense. I see, I see. To be fair, even in English we have the whole phrasing a question, an order, as if it were a question, like, oh, may you please stay a little longer, meaning, stay, please. No questions asked. Yeah, there is like probably some nuance in the language though, with that. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Feature in most languages, yeah. I think Brett is just rude.
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, basically kindly suggesting. Yeah, pretty much. We understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at the Ume University, doing research. Yeah, now you're screwed. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Council? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering your body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never heard of it. You wouldn't have. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of the curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. I see. It's even more stuff to do with like how with them like opening up their borders and like having more foreign influence, huh? We're really going hard on that theme. Correct. Which means no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available that can identify the presence of this deadly poison. What? Order, order, order. Council, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report offered by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows in the Amazonian jungle. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery. These expressions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered with some of this so-called deadly poison, he'd have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I don't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact the victim didn't show any visible sign of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible sign of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he collapsed on the floor. You have a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow Kazama. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving them unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. Yeesh. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. Although in real life, curare is ineffective when ingested though. I see. Oh, so it has to be just directly into the bloodstream. I see. I see. I see. I guess it's just something for this thing entirely. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem, if I may. All these facts. You think you're so clever, but you must be taught some manners. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. I'd say it's a general thing. I'd say that happens in other places. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever you do mean. Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Then what if he was poisoned? Why was the gun shot in the first place? Unless it was obviously to like hide the fact it was poison, I guess. But he was shot from the chest. So there's 2 guns still. There has to be 2 guns.
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Oh, she's gonna sip it. Well, I don't see, why not? Oh, she's gonna chug. Okay, maybe that's then, yeah. If it turns out it has to be done through the bloodstream, you can't, yeah, because if it doesn't work through ingestion, then, yeah, because it mentions here it has to be done with into the bloodstream with an arrow. Screws, I have poison. Ha. When the poison enters through a wound, such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Unless, I don't know, would it count if the plate was poisoned, and then he got burned, which then put the poison into his body? Now he would have screamed still for a bit. Okay, this has so many twists and turns, and we're only on case 1. Burn mark is trying to conceal the injection. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Apparently a lot of poisons in real life are effective if swallowed. For example, almost all snake poisons can be drunk without any harm. Ah, I see. It's to the blood directly then. Bluetooth. Do I like Bluetooth? You mean it's handy. Wireless. To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end, because you know Bluetooth. Teeth. Like her teeth are blue. I don't know what you mean, sorry. I don't know, I'm missing the pun. Cheers. Oh yeah, she's gonna chug it. Like a tooth Watson got. Ah, I see, right. Because Wilson lost his tooth. Unless it's like, no. We'll see. Unless it's a joke about him losing teeth. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. I mean, the book says with an arrow. It's not How do we turn this around then? We got our like last minute evidence that saved us. But then now what? Goodness. Whatever is the matter, you all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle is clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in the grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. I wonder how we're gonna tie in the lost coin, maybe. We'll see. I would like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you've given. This doesn't make any sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to be poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead. Come on, Rinosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains poison. Alright, the culprit did put curare into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is the evidence we have in the courtroom somewhere. Has to be. Very well. If the defense truly was to assert the claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly consumed water unscathed? It has poison, but it is tooth removed, so he had exposed air in his mouth. Maybe. Oh, maybe. That could be the case. The witness was able to consume the water unscathed. The report itself tells us that. True, that could be the thing, actually, because there's a wound in his mouth. Oh, that's fucked up, then. That's fucked up. That makes sense, yeah. That's fucked up, though.
Yes!
As in, it's like, I mean, it's circumstantial. It's right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. The impudent young scoundrel trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest, I'm just reading Tasato-san's notes. I concur. In reality, it wouldn't work like this, but here in the fictional version of Curé could work like that. The report is too extended to be considered in its entirety by the court. You would direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? Let me check the court record real quick. Which page is it? Special characteristics. Special characteristics, let's go. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of arrows they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So, we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't it mean they would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then that'd be eating poison. Goodness gracious, Council. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum. In this research paper here, under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say. I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of this particular detail seems a little strange to me though. Alright, you're caught now. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters a poison through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Kurare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without danger to yourself. You meddling little... Alright, yeah, now she's breaking down. Rapscallion. Well, Renosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All of this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts you read in the book. Renosuke is your favorite Ace Attorney character. He's pretty cool, like, he's obviously on the journey of, like, getting better and stuff as well, as he gets used to this. Like, he's really starting from the bottom. I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a late fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely its effects are neutralized by acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, suck us. Sucus? So this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk. The professor wouldn't have died if he swallowed it, would he? Ah, that's right. Goodness gracious. That's basic science. Science even a schoolboy should be able to understand. No? Order. Order in court. Order. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be unaffected. They would be affected the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down over discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more important than anything else, it's an animistic desire to take down my prey. Wild.
Objection!
Alright, here goes. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why. Even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison, or because his lawyer powers did on the CEO of racism. Pretty much. Let's go, Renosuke. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure there's no need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? His teeth. His teeth wound.
Take that!
As Miss Brett already pointed out, she drank in the same water as the professor. However, there was one fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So, that's it. Use that knowledge to orchestrate this. So wait, is he in cahoots then? How did she poison the bottled water? Unless she just put it there. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. What? What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. Oh, no! I mean, it could just slip. And this is not a public case. Is she gonna get away with this? Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! This is how we go. We just lose. Because of... And in the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Let's not water from the broken bottle us once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you... You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. Unless this case is meant to show... It really does show the weaknesses of the Japanese judicial system. So, she gets away scot-free. And then... It pretty much shows our weaknesses. It's meant to be a thing to show the weakness of the system. We'll see. For content, so far it seems... Yeah, because evidence is not carefully looked after. I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there was really poison in the bottle. Or not. You... And let's not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. I mean, why was he on the stake side? Why was he on the same side as the stake? It's clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. Of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit the crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ugh. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? It's like, it's obvious guilty behavior, but like, we can't pin her down. We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed the evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes, we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost the vital piece of evidence, it's true. So there aren't any other clues left for us to use now? They must be in your head. In my head? You told me before your powers of observation were the one thing you could depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every lost detail about the scene that day. Just use your brain. Pretty much. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Oh shit. There was blood on the plate. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Face the memory, manifest the evidence. Ha! Could there have been another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Of course. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I might have uncovered another clue. How would this work for later cases? Unless Ryunosuke is there every single time something happens. Haha, you always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile of that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memory that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The truth that shows who Dr. Wilson's killer must be is... Eventually just goes objection hearsay. I mean, it's hard to prove. We need to... I guess because we know, we can like work from there. Let's see how this goes. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes, what is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigation, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took something else from the scene of the crime. Thank you for sealing evidence. For example, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where are you going with this? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. I mean, if there is more evidence to see, if like, what's it called? If he did take the plate, he can bring it up. And I saw on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on. There was a spattering of blood. What? Oh really? And with what of it? Obviously that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front... Ah! So yeah, he was turned around. There's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him, because there's no bullet, there's no exit wound. Ah. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. This means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. This is a photograph. It's a photograph, but like, if it was there, it was there. And I guess if it's like, if we can back it up with the police inspector saying, having the plate, it works out. Giselle Brett, I beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is a beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing.
Hold it!
Oh, okay. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police has been leading to. We didn't need to use our brain after all. It was more like because it's black and white. The issue is that the photograph is black and white, so it doesn't show up that well. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all. I don't care if you call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? Yeah, because she's been relying on the Japanese police force being incompetent. But then we have this guy who's like all in on preserving everything. So it works out because she's been relying on the police force being incompetent. I took the steak you've been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Yeah, this guy is just like, he just went all in on preserving everything, huh? Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. He's bawling. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your own leisure. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. No. That's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. I was right there on the table behind. He kept the food too, yeah. He straight up said, like, even if he's gonna be, like, being made fun of, he'll keep the food as well. This guy's determined, for sure. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Ah! I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. Then let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. This let's pretend attempt is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Alright, one more time. Let's take a look. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Let's take a look. Ah, nothing underneath. This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beefsteak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. This is a symbol of Le Carnaval, is it? Is there anything else I'm missing here? That's the steak. Oh! Huh? Oh, it's the coin! So this is the wrong plate. This is the sergeant's plate. What the? Was it switched or something? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. The hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what is it doing here? Wait, did you say it was Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. Doesn't mean to the first. Put it there earnestly. Maybe. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bouillon in bouillon. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... I never expected to find a precious coin underneath the thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei era, too. This mark make it very valuable. It's quite well marinated juices as well, look. What are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My eyes gonna be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Rinosuke. A Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. It's the wrong plate. This is it now. I've lost. Rinosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should look at this, examine the evidence for myself. As evidence requested by defense has not been shown to be problematic anyway, any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objections? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
What do you think shocking here is your heavy fascination with beefsteak? Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I'll not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of the country, it's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show a court what you are alluding to. Where precisely is this new clue to be found? The steak.
Got it!
No, Counts, I'm afraid that won't do. Ambiguous at best. When you're asked to identify detail like this... What? Do I have to lift... Wait, do I have to lift up... Fine, lift up the steak. Yeah, lift up the steak then. Fine. Right, so I have to lift it up. Okay, lift it up first and then show it. Okay, yeah, we've gone through this. We've gone through this. We've gone through this. Come on. Alright, that was the perfect record gone at least, but... Come on. Come on. Okay, now we do it. Shoot. Alright, come on. There's no there's no fast forward. I don't think these games have a fast forward function, unfortunately. Come on. Yeah, come on. Alright, come on. Yeah, present this.
Got it!
Good. Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? A Hoei era one at that. Miss Brett. This is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day of question, is it? Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I don't want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? This could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare hoi koban just happens to be underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare hoi koban just happens to be hidden underneath this piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant into the case, I'll give my lawyer a job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it's you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what he's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the steak is... Curio Korakuta.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasate, Curio Kuritaka. Curie, as in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying he was up to something with his koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. He was looking for it, yeah. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for the treasure. Indeed, the Hoi era koban, my prized coin. Then this Hoi era koban, do you mean to tell me...
Objection!
No, please. Why would Korakuta-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and his plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korakuta back to the witness stand, so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe you've come back round to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find out it's a key element in this case. I'm not quite sure yet, unless it means the plates were swapped. Okay, now we have a 4-person witness stand. What's this all about? Why have I been caught up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? I do. My son's belly is empty. He's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were. Like miserable dogs. Forced to bear false witness. And when caught from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasatai shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korakuta-san, something that has come to light requires your clarification. As far as your Rasatai memory concerns... Yes, that's it. This one. The very exact one that it is. The resplendent, splendiferous Hoi treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where? Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in seasoned meat juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means... somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoi treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant to investigate another case. Oh, is it actually relevant now? The secret undercover operation. Le Carnaval is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. Attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. The biggest case in the franchise, first case, also is the first case that has insane importance for the overall story. Damn. I mean, to be fair, there was also... I see, yeah, because I didn't expect this case to be pretty long. I think I'll just end up doing this case for today's stream and then start the next case next stream, it seems. It seems we've gone pretty long for this one case. There was, I mean, trying to think of the other first cases. The first case was obviously in the first game. It was to do with Larry. That was more like a tutorial for Phoenix. Second case, case 1. I don't remember which one that was actually. Case 3 was kind of important. I mean, case 1 in the third game was pretty important. It was the one with Phoenix in the past with Dahlia or something like that, and that ended up being important later on in the story. But I see. So if this one has even more significance, like damn. If this one even has more significance, that'll be pretty nuts then, compared to even Dahlia and that stuff. Second game was Amnesia. There was, I mean, the second game was like, I wasn't a big fan of the big top circus case in the second game, but it was really good for the I really liked the last case with the twist involved, that for the first time Phoenix had to deal with someone that was, well, guilty. I would actually go to the length of saying that all cases in this trilogy are important to the story, except case 3. I see, yeah, because like there are a few cases in some other games, what's it called, where some of them aren't important for the overall narrative. But yeah, I see. So looking forward to it. So all cases are connected then, except for the most part for this game. Looking forward to that then, yeah. Because it seems like, because some cases are pretty much more separate. At most, it develops the prosecutor and defense attorney relationship. Like, I think Black Quill, we get to know him a bit more as it goes on, I think, in Dual Destinies. Oh yeah, but yeah, then I think the guy is just getting his like mustache pulled by his son. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Coban incident is the work of the same thief. Oh, okay. I see. Only know the first 2 games. I see, yeah. I see it, yeah. I won't... The third game is pretty nuts. Yeah, the third game is pretty nuts. I won't spoil how that goes. It's pretty nuts. And fourth, Apollo Justice, trying to remember. It was pretty good as well. I feel like I remember the last case. I remember the last case the most in Apollo Justice for like a lot of reasons. And Dual Destinies, I remember the last case the most as well. Like, I remember like one case of like a twist in one case specifically. And then I know some key plot points. I won't mention them, but like they're pretty big plot points that I remember for Dual Destinies, which is why I'm not sure if I want to replay it or not on stream. If I do get the trilogy again and just play Spirit of Justice, we'll see. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but I guess maybe the thief comes in later. The person who stole and hid the Koban is all too clear. What? What? Oh, is it the sergeant? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on the matter. Tell us, who is this despicable student that took about the Koban and hid on the stake? It had to be you, because there's no reason for you to do it, and you're dead. It has to be you. I don't think he would do it because he's undercover.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Ayesa Noza. What? How? How dare you? You monster. Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of Le Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet. But it wasn't me, it was Ido. What? Ido is the mastermind behind all this. Your son? You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Noza. You really gonna blame your son? Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop. Is it like Ratatouille and he's controlled by... Oh my god! Really? Is it? Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Ayesa Noza. Preparing to stand down in the court, sir. Danganronpa level twist. Is it really the son? Nah, probably not. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages? Oh, wow. Damn, we're going in on the hard-hitting themes, aren't we? We're just going in. Of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays while it expects to keep our country safe. I understand a temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts which remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were seeing things at the restaurant. The best thing is that it is a Japanese game, and it's still... Journey's trying to say is... I see, I vaguely heard of something like that. But I see, yeah, it's pretty much... Like, the Ace Attorney games were already, like, criticizing the justice system in their games already, but, like, damn. This game just goes hard. It goes even harder. This place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I go there to do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chomping my way for a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork, even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his Koban? Yes. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. Oh, did he wipe the blood away as well? A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the stake. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. I mean, aren't you wasting money on steak to do this as well? Then again, I guess you make a lot of money from this. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid the evidence as fast as I could. On a double. I slipped it under the stake, hoping I'd be able to rendezvous with it later at rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentleman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the Coban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well... As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork... Beyond nonsense, pure madness. I feel like things are adding up though. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this will have been answered. Also, they're mentioning knife and fork, but then this one has been eaten with the knife and fork. This guy just munches steaks with his hands. We'll see. Let's see. I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time to be daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly... but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. Well, if that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words just a few moments ago. When in doubt, objection. Yeah, to be fair, like, that's Phoenix's style. Like, he straight up mentions that sometimes he just has to object to get the ball rolling.
Objection!
What contradiction? What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, I think this is the one, yeah. It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. It's the steak because there was a knife and fork. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. Where is the evidence to prove it? It's the knife and fork.
Take that!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak you can see in the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before Oppressor was killed, yes? Go on. More accurately, Their Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the Oppressor was killed. Now you're splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak seem very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? Oh wait, really? Hold on. Yeah, those are bite marks. Oh! Those are bite marks. My guy just like, literally just goes, and just like, just goes, just full on steak, just munch. But that steak, yeah, this steak is different. Because this steak was cut, I guess, is what they're going for. It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed the Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. So it's the wrong plate. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Ah. Oh. Ah. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help her. Oh, now she's sweating. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will all be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Leave everything to... I've heard enough. Your irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications that these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept these teeth marks in a steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't even know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you'd have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence we're talking about hasn't been brought up before the court yet. Hasn't been what? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean the evidence doesn't not exist.
Objection!
It's absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say that there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the evidence that will... You. Yeah, obviously you. You have another plate.
Take that!
You have the other plate. Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chopping my way for a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korakuta's coin, he set it under the steak. So it's the wrong plate, yeah. Because he mentioned earlier on he took both steaks. You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak you put in the coin under... In fact, your own steak? Tension! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nose's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have the opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly, surely you're not going to suggest that a sergeant switched the two steaks over. I mean, thanks for helping. You did switch the plates. Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. When the waiter was announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to implicate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be caught getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Ah, that makes sense, yeah. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have... I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There's no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable. However, fret not, prosecutor son. What now? I swear on the brass buttons on my uniform that that's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's plate and the steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak, but also Sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Yeah, he mentioned that. So it's like, show us the other plate already. That's correct. Then please, present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. And now we got this. What could that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? You can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
Okay, that's why... Oh, that's why the picture is weird as well. Because this picture... Right, this picture taken was also the sergeant's steak. That's why, even if it was black and white, there would have been blood, like a blood stain in the picture. That makes sense. But his memory... Yeah, right, that makes sense. No, you're not working your way out of this, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to be such a prove such a problem to you, no? You're the one who decided it's a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. Yeah, that cut of steak is different as well. It's not clear, but it's different. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you're eating from, Miss Brett. Let's not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present this beefsteak and plate that was already on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. I hope we can see. He has. I mean, he does have a voice line. I hope we see him again, as well. I hope we see him again. Sorry for keeping you. Yep, and that's cut. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. And there it is. The bloodstain. It's clearly visible. Look.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruto-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Mr. Zale Brett. It's you. Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no. Ha. Man, the breakdowns are pretty funny for the whole series. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior from an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. So why'd you kill him then? It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? He was still alive at the time. It's a trifling matter, but the fact you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. I mean, wait, so even the waiter didn't... Wait, in due course, the professor took a sip of water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. Can we address how actually smart and cunning Brett is? So she's just a character who appears once and never again, right? I wonder, if we see her again, interesting. But wait, so no one else would have... I mean, I guess to be fair, the sergeant and the antique dealer were busy among themselves. But slip away unnoticed. I mean, they saw her as well. They were just told to be quiet about it. Unless she knows because of British diplomacy that she would be what's it called? That the police would cover up for her. I guess that's the reason, because the British the whole police was already trying to cover up for her. So she knew she could get away with it if Naruhodo wasn't there. There was no going back at that point, so I conducted a plan at the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. Ah, it's his gun. Fair. That's why it wasn't on your person. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag. And my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Oh, right, because everyone's too polite. Everyone's too polite to check. So I was right. There were 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. Rinosuke literally said, if only I was allowed to lift her skirt. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It's just that sensibilities got in the way. And then, just as you had been bent down to pick it up, bang. I mean, couldn't we just check the professor's gun? I mean, I guess to be fair, technology and actual police, proper police investigation wasn't there yet. Because, like, if we just checked the gun that Naruhodo was holding and it hadn't been fired, it'd be like, okay, there's a second gun somewhere. I guess the technology to investigate that wasn't there yet. Or it's just incompetent police force. Even though at that point he was already... I mean, they are making a point story-wise that the police are incompetent. Except for the inspector guy we have with us, who is like really trying his best. He was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused quite a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo was the culprit, and I apprehended him. I took him to the pantry, that adjourned to the kitchen, and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you need to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from when he picked up the gun. So, there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. I'm gonna guess she gets away with it, though. There is the whole issue of the treaty and stuff. So, I imagine she still gets away. We'll see. We'll see. Like, justice isn't served. We'll see. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder... might I speak with you in private later? The whole issue of the evidence not being really admissible too, kinda. Yeah. But we'll see. I hopefully for the next cases we get better evidence securing. Because I imagine Sholmes is going to be the gumshoe of the game. But I hope we get to see more of, what's his face? Hosonaga. I like him. I quite like him. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. But yeah, she's gonna get away with this. She's gonna get away with this. Because the game is making it a point to show there is flaws in the system. And in general. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Takasuchi Ouchi doesn't lose. Not the likes of this rookie student. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Rinosuke Naruhodo. Yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. You've become a conceited of age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Damn. All right, yeah, because I remember Pain when he was younger had hair like that. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Yaochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Yep, and as we've seen, truly is the case. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan. This is the reason why Aochi's Pain still loses Naruhodo's rights to this day. Yeah, he's just cursed now. He's been cursed. Well, I believe go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Ice Attorney Lore. Pretty much, yeah. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence induction to unravel the truth is a modern mythology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Yeah, this game really going hard on its themes. Kazuma Asoji. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world you're able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. The mission, huh? I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? It's in you, I sense. How can I put it? Unusual potential. I look forward to see how you actually carried out onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. And now he's on his journey as a lawyer. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Yeah, because we didn't have to do any witness testimony ourselves, but I guess to be fair, because we're defending ourselves. The court is now adjourned. 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants. Antechamber 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I could have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume's University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for result 2, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Shooting course adjacency, Susato Mikotaba. Speaking of Mikotoba, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it was I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend. Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you actually invited Dr. Wilson to UMA University, wasn't it? We don't know why she killed him, though. We don't know the why, though. She did it, but we don't know why yet. I guess we'll find out soon, but we don't know why yet. Yeah, we got acquitted, but... Because of the whole stuff they mentioned with the whole British-Japanese relationship, I'm not confident that she'll be what's it called? Put to justice, let's say. Probably, because she did say she's gonna speak to the judge afterwards, so we'll see. Professor Mikotaba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic science in Great Britain. Oh, forensic science. Yeah. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson. So I guess maybe we get forensic science later on. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I wonder if they're like, what's it called? If the Sky family, I think Sky was their name, from Apollo Justice and stuff, comes from this lineage. Never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asoji. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asoji clan. You don't think that's so to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows you where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's gonna face trial herself now. She's a true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then, who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. Yes, she gets away with it then. Unless, like, we go to Shanghai at some point. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like this. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So, Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There's never any danger of comeuppance for her. Damn. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded we hand over custody of Miss Brett. We're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's not going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the star of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, That woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. The evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest Le Carnaval? As head waiter, I'll be decided to provide you ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To Le Carnaval. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. Le Carnaval's food is second to none. I mean, it'd be a bit awkward eating where your friend just died, but fine. If he's offering free food. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruto-san's release. Oh, yes. Thank you. So, Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. I think maybe we're going to Shanghai at some point. Maybe. We'll see. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke. I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? The defense was all your own work. Your skills made a difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one that's to become a great lawyer, not me. Oh, is he gonna become a prosecutor? Is he gonna become a prosecutor then? Maybe. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh, no, not me. All that tense verbal combat. I don't want to go through that again. I just did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Trust. We need to trust their client. Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. Believe in them at all times. Like he believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. Yeah, that's a pretty big theme with the Ace Attorney series as well. And then obviously they throw it on its head at one point. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner, but being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. I'm believing your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations over and over again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. What's the favor? Let's pick up this conversation again later. You should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. Doesn't seem too keen on it now. So my first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotaba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. What do you mean not much of a part? He's the one who, like, preserved the evidence. Because of the help and support of all these people, I managed to get through the trap. If it wasn't for him, we'd be screwed. What do you mean, not much help? He did more than Mikotaba. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Yeah, he's gonna become a lawyer, that's for sure. Alright. I didn't realize this first case was long. I was thinking it'd just be like maybe 3 hours tops. I was thinking it'd be like 3 hours tops. This one, but okay, it ended up being like almost 6 hours long, this first trial. Episode 2, Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Runaway Room, Clouded Kokoro, Unspeakable Story. I see. On a boat this time, huh? Alright, we'll do this next time then. We'll do this next time. We'll do this next time. I didn't realize it'll be like this long for the first case, but that's I think it feels like it's been the longest case, in all honesty, first case in the series. The gigantic from 999. Ha! Ha! But yeah, alright. I'll look to stream this next week for sure. I'll probably do like a double session. If the investigation and then the court case took a while. The first case on the first level of 2 and V3. Yeah, those two had very long cases as well for the very first ones. Yeah, investigation plus the actual case. True. I'll probably look to doing this like 2 days in a row next week. I'll make up a schedule. No stream tomorrow. I'm taking it pretty light this week. But yeah, at least we have a good stopping point. Then we can do case 2 and then whatever next week. Probably Code Vein for a day as well. 2 of this, and since Limbus is already cleared up, and as well as Star Rail for now, so I'll see whether I just throw in something I've been playing already or just start something new as well. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Alright. That'll be all for now then. As I was thinking, museum event. I'm done. I'm done already. I finished it up. I finished it already. I did it off stream. It was the museum event was pretty fun. It's like it was a lot of back and forth. In all honesty, it's a lot of back and forth, which was kind of bogged it down a bit. But it was pretty fun for the actual important aspects. My favorite moment was the Clara and Hook interview. The Clara and Hook interview. Yeah, it had every character involved. Yeah. So Japard was just like, skip his interview. We know him already. Japard had like nothing, frankly. Like Japard was there, but then it's like, skip his interview as well. There wasn't anything spectacular to do with him. And obviously there was Sampo and stuff at the very end, which was pretty fun. And then, oh yeah, then I guess every single character, named character, to be assistants. Yeah. Sampo. Did I say Sampo this time? Samjo. Yeah, it's Sampo, Star Rail. Yeah, Sampo, Star Rail, Samjo, Limbus. But yeah. What else was there? It was like some cool bits, like some of the exhibits in the museum are pretty nice. Like when you examine the spear, it makes the ending scene with in Star Rail for the Belleborg arc make a lot more sense. Like, okay, cool, it was that person that we saw in the vision. It did remind me about the whole like lying aspect though of the arc, which is like which was like, oh, I'm still not a fan of how the Belobog arc finished, but well, I'll just have to accept it until they do something about it. Wanted you to stream it to make a joke when Sample was going to appear. Ha. Ha. But yeah, it was. I feel like that one was more like something to do off stream because like I played it when it first came out, and then there was the whatchamacallit, the words, the time lock. Like you could only do like half the event first before you could do the other half because there's a time lock when the event started. So yeah. Besides that, it was mostly just clicking, go back and forth, collect the exhibits, pretty much. Like there was story, but like it was really spread apart. But yeah, I'm done with it now at least. Well, I was done with it a couple of days ago. I got it done in 61 days in game. I don't know if there's a record for like the fastest days taken, but for me it took 61 days. But yeah, alright. I'll sort out a schedule for next week. I'm playing this for sure. I want to do double sessions. I feel like I want to do double sessions for this game since this like I'm already invested in the story. Like I want to see where it goes, and I feel like double sessions would be nice just to not cut off at awkward moments in the story. Because I was wondering like before playing this, like, okay, I guess case 1 will be not too long, maybe 3 hours tops, and then I'll do like the investigation for case 2 and then leave the courtroom for the next stream. But then it turns out case 1 is long. Case 1 was like 5 hours ish. But yeah, alright, that'll be it for now, and catch you whenever. Bye bye for now.